serahkan ke pembicara yang seharusnya mewakili Kota Bandung. Nah, jadi supaya cepat saya akan banyak bahasa Indonesianya barangkali ya. Apa yang akan saya sampaikan yaitu judulnya ini shifting, pergeseran, governance and management in smart ecosystems. Jadi generally we can call the smart system, smart city, anything is a smart system or smart ecosystems. Nah, karena ada perbedaan dasar ya. Mula-mula kita memiliki sistem yang penuh dengan manusia, aktivitasnya, dominasinya manusia. Lalu perlahan-lahan supported by technology. And finally, we have in the futures, near futures, and we are starting to go there. Ya, kita sedang berjalan menuju memasuki era yang masa depan itu. Bukan masa depan nanti 10 tahun lagi, enggak. Bedanya di sana akan penuh dengan smart system. Practically I can say like that. Smart system. Nah, what is the ciri features of smart systems? It will be dominated by technology. Ya, dominan teknologinya itu. Bahkan konon ya akan banyak pengangguran gara-gara penerapan teknologi. But we cannot avoid it. Ya, tidak bisa menghindari itu. Tapi juga ada yang mengembirakan, ya, akan cenderung banyak pengangguran. Kemudian akan muncul new opportunities, lapangan kerja baru. Tapi lapangan kerja baru itu memerlukan new competencies. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, silahkan berhitung umur saya berapa, masa kerja saya berapa lama lagi. Kalau aduh saya masih panjang ini, ya, you have to learn something. You need to learn something new, ya. Oke, mari kita mulai ya. Next. Ya, yang tolong diperhatikan adalah ini, kita tuh ada di sini sekarang. Perkembangannya satu teknologi ke another technology is very fast, ya. Oke, next. Kemudian everybody already hear about akan bahas lagi apa itu 1, 2, 3, 4. But the most important thing, ya, please go back to the previous slide. There is important thing. Ya, this one. This is very important. Revolusi industri 1, 2, 3 itu menyediakan teknologi that empowering corporations. Jadi lebih banyak menyediakan teknologi untuk mengubah the industry itself, industrinya, ya, baik industri fisik maupun industri jasa, terutama yang sini nih, industri jasa ini komputerisasi itu di sini, ya. Nah, jadi tidak sebesar yang sekarang, ya. Sebagai contoh lah, kalau di sini nih, perbankan yang tadinya perbankan itu manual, kemudian pakai komputer, ya. We are in the position of as a customers, and we get the better performance of services, mendapat layanan yang lebih baik, ya, lebih cepat dan sebagainya. Tapi yang dipengaruhi besar itu adalah perbankannya. Ya, nah, itu yang dimaksud 1, 2, 3 itu lebih fokus. Tapi ini tidak hitam putih, ya. Nah, lebih fokus ke empowering corporations. Apa yang penting bahwa industri 4.0, ya, it's focus to empowering people. Manusianya yang berubah. Ya, tentunya teknologi mengubah industrinya, yes. Tapi pengaruh kepada manusia itu strong, kuat. Baik manusia sebagai as a workers in industry, sebagai pekerja di industri, also human as a customers. Ya, sekarang kan kalau bank merasa sok tahu, wah, kata profesor apa, kita tuh harus memikirkan produk apa. Nggak begitu lagi sekarang. what we have to do, understand the customer, the new behavior of customers. Setelah itu, what kind of product that fit to our customer. Ya, jadi kita harus pahami, oh customer sekarang tuh nggak mau datang ke bank. Percuma kita menyediakan gedung yang hebat, sepi. Ya, yang perlu dilakukan apa? The good apps, applications, the reliable systems. Kalau good apps tapi sering mati, ditinggal customer juga. Ya, jadi bukan AC, bukan pegawai yang cantik, senyumnya yang menawan, begitu, bukan itu sekarang yang dicari ya. Nah inilah empowering people. Oke, next. Ya, jadi kita tuh memasuki kira-kira akibat itu tadi memasuki society yang disebut 5.0. Oke, semua tadi gara-gara teknologi ya. And then the first thing that affected by technology is individuals. Kita sebagai individu paling mudah terpengaruh oleh teknologi. Wih, ada iPhone baru ya? Cek buku tabungan, uang saya banyak kok. Sudah, we decide to buy it, to have it. Semudah itulah, ya, suka, punya kemampuan membeli, adopsi teknologi, dan do it. Ya itulah, makanya paling cepat, individuals. Bisnis, termasuk government, lebih lambat. Kenapa? Mau beli teknologi, harus planning dulu. Direncanakan, budgetnya ada, tidak, dan sebagainya. Ya, yang isu paling lambat itu adalah public policy. Ya, terutama in Indonesia, we have a challenge how to speed up. Ya, pengesahan undang-undang seperti itu. Bayangkan undang-undang apa sekarang yang tidak terkait IT? Banyak yang terkait IT. Undang-undang privacy sudah disahkan belum? Saya lupa ya, apa belum, tapi paling tidak panjang sekali. Undang-undang ITE juga dulu panjang sekali itu waktunya. Ya, bayangkan teknologi bisa berubah sekian bulan. Kita mau membuat undang-undang how to regulate technology, how to regulate human behavior related to technology. Ya, membahasnya 5 tahun. Apa enggak akan salah ketika disahkan? Ya, teknologinya sudah belok kemana? Ini kita baru ngetok palu. Ya, ini the challenge ya, problemnya di sana, tantangannya itu di sana. Jadi saya ingin menyadarkan bahwa another side of technology. If you think that the important thing only the technology, it's wrong. Salah. Ya, teknologi malah sekarang makin gampang diadopsi. Ada yang namanya cloud computing. Ya, tinggal Pak, saya perlu server apa, disediakan. Silakan tinggal pakai Pak, nggak diangkut memang servernya. Ya, tapi tinggal pakai sama dengan seandainya kita pasang sendiri, beli sendiri. Itu teknologi semudah itu hari ini. Ya, mengadopsinya itu. Tapi ini yang sulit. Oke, next. Saya skip aja ini ya, definisi governance. Nah, ini juga saya skip lah. Saya kira semua sudah paham what is governance ya. Nah, ini this is important features ya. Nah, ini rasanya teorinya tidak ada di mana-mana. Ini saya yang memikirkan seperti ini, sering diskusi juga dengan Pak Suwono ya, akhirnya melahirkan konsep atau cara pandang seperti ini ya. Jadi intinya kami membagi 3 periode waktu besar ya. The first one we call it X ya, sistem tanpa teknologi, terutama IT ya. Berarti kan mundur ke belakang ya, mundur ke belakang katakanlah 100 tahun yang lalu. 100 tahun yang lalu komputer belum ada loh. Jangan salah ya, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Komputer mulai kapan digunakan di bisnis? Kalau di Indonesia lebih lama lagi. Digunakan di bisnis hanya terbatas itu mulai tahun 60 sampai 70-an. Berarti ke sekarang itu berapa tahun tuh? 30 plus 20 baru 50 tahun. Udah dahsyat begini. Nanti 100 tahun ke depan seperti apa ya? Ya, ini yang saya ingin sadarkan seperti itu. Oke. Berarti sebelum tahun 1950 lah. Ini era ini. Belum ada komputer. Ya. Nah, tapi government sudah ada kan? Tapi belum e-government. Ya. Nah, commerce sudah ada, bukan e-commerce, ya. Nah, termasuk banking sudah ada, traditional banking. We don't have digitalization. Assalamualaikum, Mr. Fuad. And then we move to the middle stage. Yeah. In the middle stage, we start to use technology. So, in the middle, we have something mixed between human activity by human and supported by technology. So, I can say less human, not very limited human, but we have human 100 human, for example, now become less, yeah. For example, 70 human, yeah. Why? Because some of them replaced by technology, and working is much more efficient, yeah, by technology. Here we have e-governments, e-banking, not smart city yet, yeah. And finally, today, we are entering the era of digital transformations. Yeah, digital transformation using widely digital technology. Yeah, and I can say we are arriving in the smart X era, smart systems era, smart city, smart campus, smart corporation, smart everything. Yeah. Here, digital technology intensive environment. Human become less and less. Ya, lebih sedikit lagi peran manusia di sini. Coba bayangkan, sistem traveloka itu. Ketika kita pilih-pilih, apakah ada yang melayani kita? Okay. We are searching for the airplane, we are searching for the hotel. It's done automatically. The Traveloka system will connect it to the hotel consortium systems. Will connect it to the airline consortium systems. And then after we choose which airline, which hotels, yeah, we are moving to the payment systems. And it's connected to the Visa, MasterCard, or banking system, anything. So there is no human in operation, almost no human, yeah. And I think you agree about that, yeah. So why I say digital technology intensive environment, yeah. Where is the role of human in this era? Yeah, human become system designers and as a customer also. But involving in operation is become less and less. Yeah, that the situations. So we are arriving in the smart city, fully digital banking today. Yeah, like Genius, Bank Jago, Alo Bank, something like that. Yeah. Okay. Next. Yeah. Reviewing. In this era, remember, human intensive environment. Yeah. So we know up to today, good corporate governance. What exactly good corporate governance? Something that govern human, actually. Govern human behaviors. ya, what can be done, what cannot do, ya, do and do not, ya. Good governance, we know it must be participation, rule of law, transparency, responsive, etc. Yeah, all the features designed to rule a human intensive environment. Okay, next. We are still here, but yeah, maybe here we are moving from here to go here. Yeah, corporate governance, good corporate governance, it's still needed in the middles. Why? Because still a lot of human work in any working environment. Ya, di tempat kerja masih banyak manusia di sana. Jadi ininya masih diperlukan. Tapi, nah, bagi yang kenal IT, bagi yang nggak kenal, maaf, ini ya, kalau di dunia IT sekarang ada nih, sudah ada IT governance istilahnya, ada business continuity management, something like that. Ya, ini semua mengatur ya teknologi as a part of a system that mix of humans and technology in the middle era. Yeah, and then now we are moving to the right one. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Oke. Ya. Nah, di sini ini apakah masih diperlukan? Mungkin kalau kita katakan tidak diperlukan, rasanya aneh ya, karena humannya masih ada. But remember, human become less and less. Makin sedikit ya, makin lama. Jadi mungkin kalau kita selama ini mengagung-agungkan corporate governance dan sebagainya, ini barangkali harus disimplify. Ya, jangan terlalu banyak lah ngatur manusianya saja tidak banyak. Ya. Nah, but in other hand, yeah, we have more intensive technology here. So, we must create new governance, mostly governance of technology. It is very important. Yeah. Today, you know, there is a proposal of AI governance. Kebayang nggak? Sekarang sudah ada yang mengusulkan konsep-konsep tata kelola artificial intelligence, kecerdasan buatan. Yeah, that's a proof that technology become more and more intensive in our life. Yeah, and we must regulate. Ya, kita harus mengatur semua, meregulasi hal-hal yang berkaitan dengan teknologi. So, remember, ya, proposing new must be fast also. Ya, as fast as technology changing. Ya. Nah, jadi intinya tadi I'm talking about shift. To smart X, smart city, smart government, smart commerce, anything. Yeah, one of the difference. Yeah, we apply new technology. We have technology here, but that I can say traditional digital technology, server, storage, network. It's yeah, but what is the technology in here is AI, artificial intelligence, big data analytic, IoT, Internet of Things, ya, dan sebagainya. Nah, ini yang ada di sini. Sudah hadir pembicaranya? Ya, saya kira ini saja yang bisa saya sampaikan ya. Tapi I hope all of you get my message ya. We are moving, we are here, moving here, and everything will be changed. Ya, including the governance must be changed. We call it smart governance. Okay, thank you for your attention. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give warm applause to Dr. Ari Ahmad Arman. Ladies and gentlemen, we carry on to our next training session. It's going to be delivered by Mr. Jaiwan Peter Chan, President at World Smart Cities Forum, WSCF. Mr. Jaiwan has joined us online through the Zoom meetings. To Mr. Jaiwan, the time and screen is yours.
Hello, do you hear me what I say? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. But unfortunately, it's still low. The volume of your voice
Okay, so
currently is still
it's better now?
Okay, it's perfect.
Sorry. Hi, it's my pleasure to be here in this workshop today. I'm actually basically calling from the United States. I'm based in New York and London at the same time, but I'm in the business traveling to Arizona State. So it's the middle of the night, so I think that the background is pretty much dark, and I'm actually at the hotel room. So please understand the current situation over here. So let me share the my presentation deck with you. Just hang on a second. So my name is Jaiwan Peter Chan. I'm currently president of World Smart Cities Forum, which is the non-profit organization based in the UK. And also I'm the CEO of X&Tree and Smart City X. They are actually located in the UK and the United States. I'm going to talk about the smart cities post-pandemic era because I've been involved myself in smart cities and innovation ecosystem around the world, and most of them, some major cities in Asia and Europe. Also, I'm just doing something similar stuff in the United States as well. In the last 10 years, I was trying to build up the next city model in South Korea and also in Vietnam, in the UK, focused on London as one of the basic references that I'm actually trying to build up some of the smart city initiatives, getting connected with those cities. Let me just introduce some of the projects I'm actually dealing with right now, and what will be something different point that we used to call it smart cities before pandemic hit around the world, and now we need some kind of new redefinitions on smart cities and also innovations. Let me share it with you. So we are just providing the three different categories and to the major cities. I'm talking about the smart, the city governments and also the central government as well. And we provide them with master plan or blueprints for smart city projects. So, and it's not about the education. We're trying to share our references with the leadership of the how they need to just design the futuristic cities, focusing on the people and the residents and citizens, so that they can actually make the cities much more sustainable and resilient. And secondly, throughout the company X3, which used to be a very successful accelerator based in the UK, we have nurtured more than 500 startups in the last 8 years. We produced more than 13 unicorns in the ecosystem of innovation based on the topics of smart cities. We just created the kind of concept of tech sandbox inside of the smart city projects. So it used to be called Smart City Tech Sandbox. I know a smart city is kind of, the very compound projects, so that there might be some of, the income. I mean, like a lot of the major companies want to be involved in this one, but there has been some sort of the imbalance between the large corporations and the small size of enterprises. We are really focused on the smart city topic-based startups around the world. So we engaged those startups so that they can actually provide their solutions, technology, and services into the projects in the cities. And finally, we deliver the investment kind of strategy. So we're building the SPC, SPV, so that the municipality governments, they can raise more fund to achieve the very meaningful goals and out of it, throughout the initiatives in the end. As I mentioned, we have multiple projects around the world. At the moment, we're working on the Vietnamese smart cities. In particular, we're focusing on Hanoi smart cities now. And recently, we have also the mandate agreement with the central government of Ukraine. I'm going to just explain a little bit later about Ukrainian cases, because everybody knows about the situation in Ukraine. There's nothing to be built at the moment inside of the Ukrainian territory. We are working on twin city initiatives in Western countries and also some of the countries in Asia to be a partner up with those future city initiatives for Ukraine. So we're thinking about between 15 or 20 cities to support and working together as partners for the Ukrainian smart cities in the end. I'm not quite sure how many people mention about the smart city kind of concept, philosophy, vision, and everything. We are actually convincing the leadership of the municipalities and central governments it should be human centricity, because I know a lot of people mentioning and also really focusing on the technologies, but just like a human being, the technology has to be evolved. So we are trying to build up a very strong ecosystem to support the future cities based on the interest of the future generation. But which means the people needs to play and also working together with other generations and as a leadership position. So we bring some sort of a data-driven economy and environment-friendly ecosystem and technology innovation. And most important thing is about the cultural contents. It should be supported to achieve the specific goals to the end regarding the human centricity model. We also working together with the UN organizations in terms of SDGs and ESGs, and some of them is really specific goals. We trying to work together with some of the organizations in terms of our missions. As you probably know, ESGs and climate change is one of the fundamental goals to achieve the specific goals for the cities. And after pandemic, there might be some kind of the problems from housing and also the security and the I think that those are the issues and concerns are really important to the futuristic cities as an agenda. I'm going to skip this part about the references to global smart city practical cases. Just like in a nutshell, I think that more smart cities should be focusing on the people's behavior and also their track record to be reflected on the smart cities in the future. I think that Indonesian governments might be interested in the building of the small city or mega city initiatives. I was told that the capital city of Indonesia should be, relocated in the Brunei Islands. So it will be mega city or capital city initiatives, government-driven projects. As you can see here, the greenfield. I think the new capital city project in Indonesia, certain cases, I think in maybe European cases are much more, also the urban regeneration. So instead of the building of the new city projects, they're trying to fix the problems from the urban perspectives. And our point of view, our standpoint on smart cities should be combined between greenfield and brownfield in the end. Cognitive challenge program that I was involved myself in London. So we're trying to change something intelligent model in the financial district in London. So cognitive challenge programs actually stem from the city based on cognitive science, which is AI city or intelligent city. The one distinctive model comparing to other smart cities around the world, this one is really focusing on startups and disruptive technologies. So that we basically brought up the more than 1,000 candidates, and we finally selected 100 companies, and where they went through the diverse core programs for 2 years, and 36 companies selected as a final MVP and winners. And most of them, they just grew up like very successful cases, and some of them, they become unicorns. And based on that, I was also appointed as a smart city master planner for the South Korean National Smart City pilot projects. So I was fully responsible for Busan Smart Cities, which is also the greenfield projects. And I just built this smart city to cover the maximum 100,000 people as a population. It's located nearby the international ports. But the biggest mission is how to utilize the water and data, and also most important things about the innovation ecosystem in it, so that the city can grow independently, also sustainable. And this will be kind of look in the next 4 to 5 years. Maybe you can travel there. You can just take a look at it as kind of model for the future. Let's skip this part, this one too. So so we, my organizations and also the Hanoi City government agreed on to build up small city initiatives 2 years ago. So we're targeting about 2026 or 27 to achieve the specific goals and to bring the engines of economy, like future economy, into this area. And another missions for Ukrainian smart city, which is a sustainable cities in the future, but it will be built up together with multiple cities in the UK, the European countries, and also the United States. So it's digital twin initiatives. So the vision is to rebuild Ukraine based on twin city initiatives, and it will be built by piece. For example, one of the cities, for example, in Phoenix in Arizona, can work together with the potential projects together with other, the multiple cities in Ukraine and also other cities in the US. and EU countries. And most important missions out of this, and we actually defined some of the major themes and technology applied to the, for example, Hanoi smart cities. We are focusing on smart mobility, digital smart cities, Web3 based on the digital transformation focus one. And digital twin is also the mandatory thing to kick off the projects much more in details. It will be testified into for example 1 to 2 years, that will be replicated in the physical way after that. And safety and living is also the one of the great components and to support the the satisfaction of the lives of the citizens, or some people just frequently visiting the specific cities. Energy efficiency is also the combined with the topics with ESGs and climate change. And the smart water. I think a lot of cities around the world, they are basically connected with water resources. So we're trying to redefine how to utilize water, or maybe how to, the support the any kind of resources and to save water, or maybe water retreatment, or just creating some specific energies utilizing water, something like that. I believe that 70% of the smart city components is not really visible, because we are basically talking about how we bring the citizens or people engage themselves into the many different kind of activities happening in the cities in the future. But we also need some sort of the components of visible things, which is infrastructure, or maybe some of the methods to experience what smart cities are really about for the people. So based on the smart mobility and smart life and safety, smart energy and smart finance, we're trying to just bring some of technologies or solutions so that people can satisfy it. And as an example, Hanoi Huan Kiem smart city cases, we are building the smart city tech sandbox in it. And secondly, we're trying to engage how to use the data, how to collect data, how to analyze those data so that they can bring the maximum level of the services to the people and citizens. So future, as I said, the future meets in advance. The city is experienced 5 years ahead, which means the people can experience future cities, kind of early, as an early adopter. So we're trying to make that happen based on smart city projects. And people-oriented smart city design, because the design is one of the functions to support the futuristic cities everywhere. And R&D plug-in cities is also a very important thing, because a lot of cases in the Western countries, R&D is just R&D. We're trying to focus on R&D transform into commercialized achievements, so that some small companies, and they can really successfully deliver the solutions or products, and so that the citizens can experience it much better. So based on the infrastructure, or maybe some of the challenges in the city, can be used as a kind of R&D plugin activities. So massive R&D tech sandbox or testbed is provided throughout these initiatives. And regulation-free zone, I'm not quite sure about the regulation level in Indonesia, as an example. But I do aware of some of the conditions in Vietnam or maybe Western countries. Sometimes the government's leadership, they need to lift some regulation, not only the smart city project, but also maybe city-wise or maybe nation-wise. But you need to go step by step. So we strongly recommend the leadership and how they can just design the regulation-free zone, utilizing smart city projects. So most of the cases and some of the pilot projects should be covered or supported by the regulation-free bill or law systems and provided by the national government or maybe municipality level. Data is the most important thing. So because without data, the smart city cannot be built. Thing is, and what kind of challenges that city or maybe nationwide they experience, and they need to show the kind of rewarding systems so that more people can, without hesitation, they can share their own data, from the private perspectives. Also, we need to think about how to combine the data from the private sector as well as public sector. So we built also the payback systems and as a reward that, healthy, the data can be collected and also be, making a meaningful contribution. Civic experience, innovation, technologies. As I mentioned, technology can be evolved all the time. So we are building the playground for any kind of technology solution can be evolved for the purpose of the maximize the pursuit of happiness among the citizens and also businesses and locally. And living lab, hub, and network, because I know most of the cities around the world, probably maybe more than 90%, 95% of the cities entire world, they're not financially independent, which means money matters a lot. So one small city project cannot be really successful. Even though they feel like they're really successful, it will be another challenges for the city governments if they can maintain it more than 10 years and 20 years. So I believe that the small city initiatives between the cities globally will be a much more meaningful way to do it. So one of the projects we are doing right now, utilizing Ukrainian small cities or Vietnamese small cities, we're trying to connect other cities in a multiple way so that it will be creating the better chances or more opportunities and to make the market sizable. And I'm gonna skip this part, but the thing is, in Hanoi, for example, the Hanoi city is surrounded by river and lakes, and so a lot of water as a resources, and that resources can be also a lot of attractions in a way of tourism or the natural resources for the people and citizens to survive and live. And I think that kind of the water is, sometimes can be displayed as eco-friendly water systems. So we're trying to build the better water environments to, make the city much more sustainable economically and also the environmentally. And so the Smart City Tech Sandbox is a kind of very meaningful and also very strong ecosystem to support smart cities continuously. So we bring the innovation ecosystem in the city. So where, even small companies can be successful, like kind of they can grow up to the unicorn level so that they can also help the cities to create more jobs and very sizable jobs or maybe very meaningful jobs, quality jobs for the city. So the city can grow up for the next level of maybe they can just grow large enough in the future. So I think I'm done with it. So if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jaewon, for the remarkable materials. Ladies and gentlemen, we currently provide the question and session for the on-site participants. For any of participants on-site who would like to convey the questions, please raise your hand. It seems that we haven't got any question, Mr. Jaiwan, from the on-site. However, we have a couple of questions from online participants. First one coming from Mr. Ikhwan, institution of Samsung CNT. Good morning from Indonesia, Mr. Jaiwan. How to start a smart city project in a new city, especially in property in Indonesia based on your experience from the other country?
That's very broad questions, but I think that you need to understand. Most of the cases, for example, like I'm Korean, but I'm based in the US and UK at the moment. I see that kind of difference between the Western countries, the smart city initiative, and also the Asian smart city initiatives. But you need to figure out why you need kind of new city initiatives in the country, right? I'm not quite sure how many people understand some of the cases in South Korea, including Songdo or maybe Sejong, new capital city in South Korea, because they built first. They didn't think about what kind of people can be coming over to the city. And I think that if you draw the master plan or blueprints for the cities as a greenfield perspective, you need to think about hypothesis and what kind of people will become as one of the biggest component of the city, as maybe stakeholders of the city, so that they can have more power to help the city grow enough. I think that is a kind of very important missions for maybe the authority to dealing with this kind of the initiatives. So I think that you need to think about the major components as a stakeholder cities, and then you need to think about infrastructure and also the technology and solutions. And I think that Indonesia has a lot of islands. It depends on the locations. If you think about the mainland and more population area, I don't think there probably less challenges. But if you think about building small cities in islands, that might be a challenge for the governments, because the commuting systems or transportation systems or maybe telecommunication system, that will be kind of necessary components to support the better smart cities in islands.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. We carry on to our next question, Mr. Jaiwan. It's coming from Miss Nathania from Indonesia. The question is, if we talk about signal, let's say by wireless or cellular data, could you please tell us why most virus usually comes from wireless things, such as public wireless? And we talk about smart cities, we must be protected our system signal. How can you as government protect it while there is still much things broken system on it? Please, Mr.
That sounds like a very political thing. If I just got the question right, can you just give me one more time about the summarize of the question again?
Okay, sure thing. So it's talking about the signal, either wireless or by the cellular data. In the smart cities environment, we do know that lots of IoT connected wireless. However, the governments, perhaps in most of developing countries in this context, still could not protect our security of each of IoT systems through the signal. So could you please explain how could we overcome this situation, maybe from your experience or developed countries?
It's still challenging even to the developed countries. And I think that, the GDPR cases, individual data, that is kind of the code that is regulated by the EU governments. And also we have very strong regulations on the sharing data from California state. Or other states in the United States, they also working on that these days. Because, cracking the data or security on the individual data is kind of the biggest challenge all the time. So that's why, the one of the biggest function of the smart city is the collecting data and making them analyzed by the companies or individuals, or sharing the data together is very important. But at the same time, the cybersecurity is another challenge, because any kind of cracker can be advanced easily, and protecting those data is always a big challenge and also costs a lot of money. So that's why you need to test the kind of this model, and before you apply the smart city, the wireless based kind of functions or solutions, everywhere. You need to define or maybe designate some specific town, district, or something like that. One of the examples in Israel, the cyber city town or city is actually called Beersheba. It's the city in the Negev desert. So they testing everything they want as kind of urban testbed or urban sandbox kind of model. I think that because Indonesia is a big country, I believe that it's more than 200 million people as a resident in Indonesia. So before you apply this kind of model, you need to test one of the sessions, or maybe how to protect those data from individual or maybe the businesses as a kind of cases. I do believe that it will be necessary more than 2 years as a test of pilot projects to protect, and maintain the very healthy environmental smart cities with those data.
Okay, thank you, sir. Fortunately, we still have one question from the online participants. It's still coming from Miss Nathania from Indonesia. I still have second question here. It's the topic of trust, public trust toward the government smart city system. What if you do as your position right now when the system getting into money taker, quote unquote money taker? We also need a sacrifice to do something in smart city. How can you achieve citizens' trust when it show a great opportunity? Please,
I think that's a really a good question. To try to balance, making the balance of stakeholders of smart cities as one of the major beneficiary, is not that easy. It's a very big challenge. And also tender systems in every country, they have the different models, right? And I just explained about the Smart City Tech Sandbox is a kind of the minimum platform that protects the companies or individuals that have, the specific technologies or ideas. I think that the conventional way of a smart city building protocols in many different countries, they just going through the existing tender systems. So the winners, they take it all, and they outsourcing those kind of technologies or solutions and from the small companies. Eventually, the companies with technology solutions, amazingly, they're not really financially benefited from these initiatives. So Smart City Tech Sandbox is kind of the minimum protect platform for those who are going to make a meaningful contributions to the smart city, to meet the specific goals of the residents or the citizens. I think that that we also the political decision-making process is required. And so Smart City Tech Sandbox is our idea in trying to convince the leadership of the municipality level or central governments, you got to do this, or it will be much better you just maybe bring them together. But it depends on the systems on local countries. I think that Indonesia is very dynamic countries, and also I do believe that a lot of the companies has a lot of different potentials. But the thing is, they need to capture the opportunity throughout the government-driven project like smart cities. So I think that smart city tech sandbox model can just bring the another added value for the country of Indonesia throughout this one, because I believe that more than 1,000 smart city projects is actually under construction everywhere around the world. But nobody remembers what kind of smart cities really, popular or famous. I know the NEOM projects in Saudi Arabia is really, the striking news to everyone around the world. The thing is, that is something different. NEOM project is, of course, the smart city or the greenfield projects. But we need to think about how to reshape the cities from the existing city. NEOM project is creating something scratch as a kind of big bundle of the greenfield projects. So a lot of money is coming in there. But even small city, they definitely deserve to have an opportunity to the solving the problems they have. I think that every cities around the world, they have the right to change the cities, right? So I think that again, Indonesian cities, so many cities in Indonesia, is the kind of decision making process required by the governments or maybe municipal governments. They need to define or maybe designate as a specific cities or towns or district so that they can test it no more than 2 years. And then they can make a decision to expand it or something different model along with the new policies, because policy is mandatory to support the successful smart cities in the end.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir. The previous question was an end for our question and answer session. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give warm applause to Mr. Jaewon Peter Chan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jaewon.
Thank you.
Good morning from Indonesia. The honorable ladies and gentlemen, we carry on to our next agenda. It is sharing session about smart city initiatives implementation in Bandung City. Delivered by Haji Yana Mulyana SMM, Mayor of Bandung City. In this occasion, represented by Mr. Ganjar Setia, Coordinator of Technology Evaluation of Communication and Informatics Bureau of Bandung City. To Mr. Ganjar Setia, stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Mohon izin, Pak Kepala Diskominfo Kota Bandung, Pak Yayan, masih ada acara di Grandia. Beliau tadinya mau hadir di sini, tapi kebetulan masih tertahan oleh Pak Sekda, jadi beliau tidak bisa hadir di sini. Jadi saya akan coba mempresentasikan implementasi yang sudah dilakukan di Kota Bandung tentang Smart City. Hello, my name is Ganjar. I am head section of evaluation, ICT evaluation in Communication and Informatics Department, City Government of Bandung. I will do presenting implementation about Bandung Smart City. We have tagline, livable and lovable city. Next. Firstly, I give some background information about Bandung. Bandung is the city service, have many nicknames. First, Bandung Paris from Java, barometer fashion in Indonesian. There are many factory outlet, distro, boutique, fashion store, company, textile industry, and the people are more creative about design. We register the city of design in UNESCO. Bandung is the city of culinary. We have heritage. We have more culinary and also the city academic. This is a map of Bandung. We have 167 kilometers square with 2.5 billion population. Jadi 2,5 juta penduduk in the night, di malam hari. Karena di siang hari kita bisa nyampe 3 sampai 4 juta penduduk karena neighbor city ya, karena masyarakat Bandung Raya area itu kerjanya di Bandung. Dan kami akan membangun kota Bandung itu berpindah dari old city in the center, move to Gede Bage di new city center. Pertumbuhan ekonomi, economic growth kita saat ini di masa after pandemic itu di 3.76 ya persen. Itu naik 5 poin dari awal pandemik, itu kita di minus 2, dan 60% atau 60% itu dikontribusi oleh small medium enterprise atau UMKM. Tahun lalu kita masuk investasi itu luar biasa, ada 11 triliunan investasi masuk ke kota Bandung, dan kami menilai smart city ini ada 2, ada happiness index-nya, tadi kan livable and lovable city ya, jadi happiness index dan livable index, happiness dan livable, dan ini untuk skala 100 kita dapat 75,1 untuk happiness index-nya, dan untuk livable index-nya kita dapat 7,48 dari skala 10. Next. Nah, untuk foundation kita membangun Bandung ada 3 poin pilar. Pertama adalah innovation, collaboration, dan decentralization. Jadi inovasi dan kolaborasi ini kita bangun, tapi juga ada tanggung jawab sosialnya. Bahwa secara pribadi kita harus bertanggung jawab. Ada desentralisasi ya, dari wali kota ke kepala dinas, ke camat, ke kewilayahan, ke lurah, sampai juga ke tingkat RT RW. Next. Nah, di visi Kota Bandung sendiri, kita punya visi 5 tahunan, tergantung dari masa jabatan major, dari zaman Pak Odet sama almarhum Wali Kota Mang Odet dan Kang Yana ini, visinya adalah terwujudnya Kota Bandung yang unggul, nyaman, sejahtera, dan agamis. Kita masukkan dalam peraturan RPJMD tahun 2018-2023, itu di Perda 3 tahun 2019, dan alhamdulillah level Smart City Kota Bandung ini sudah juga diregulasikan melalui Perwal Master Plan nomor 1470, dan levelnya sampai saat ini ada di kategori A dari Kementerian Kominfo. Next. Nah, ini naik turunnya level Kota Bandung ya. Jadi dari penilaian value dari Kementerian Kominfo dari tahun 2018 itu pas saat COVID kita sangat turun drastis di 2020 karena banyak sekali proyek yang tidak bisa kita lakukan, banyak refocusing budgeting ya, dan di 2021 kita mulai membuka diri untuk mengcover refocusing budgeting ini dengan tripartit ya, jadi dengan akademisi, dengan universitas, dengan swasta, dengan CSR dan lain sebagainya, sehingga banyak proyek yang kita lakukan tetap berjalan gitu di tahun 2021. Dan alhamdulillahnya kita juga melejit kembali menjadi ranking 1 di tingkat gerakan menuju 100 Smart City Kemenkominfo di tahun 2021, dan 2022 kemarin kita dapat Smart Governance ya untuk kategori terbaik. Next. Nah, untuk bicara tentang Bandung, Smart City, it's not about teknologi, tapi bagaimana Bandung ini mempunyai fungsi yang maksimal function to manage our resources, more effective, more efficient, to answer our problem and challenges with innovation, integration, and sustainable solution, to get welfare and make Bandung livable and lovable city. Jadi kita bukan bicara tentang teknologi saja, tapi bagaimana Bandung ini mengelola sumber dayanya. Dan sumber daya yang paling banyak di Kota Bandung adalah human resources. Bapak Ibu di sini mungkin yang tinggal di Kota Bandung itu adalah our resources. Jadi resources Bandung. Dan itu yang kita lakukan untuk di manage. Nah, kami punya strategi strateginya kita ada 3 yang kita fasilitasi, ada infrastrukturnya, ada human resources-nya, dan kita bangun regulasinya. Terus juga untuk roadmap Smart City kita ada 5 poin. Dari mulai ICT digitizing, jadi semua layanan pemerintah kita lakukan digitalisasi. Selanjutnya kita engage masyarakatnya, kita bangun trust dengan transparansi, kita bangun mesin to mesin, sensor, IoT, AI, dan segala macam, dan kami sedang bekerja sama dengan ITB melakukan Smart World Living Lab. Ada 4 daerah, DDG dan Braga, dan terakhir kita juga akan mewujudkan Bandung Technopolis di Gede Bage. Kami bangun Smart City di 6 cluster. Ada Smart Governance, Branding, Economic, Living, Environment, dan Society. Nah, ini slide ini adalah yang nanti akan saya bahas ke belakang. Jadi poinnya ada di slide ini. Di next. Ini contoh-contohnya. Jadi untuk infrastruktur secara fisik dan digital kita bangun 2015, ada Command Center, ada Creative Hub, berbagai macam Smart City apps, aplikasi. Terus kita juga tadi untuk meningkatkan livable and lovable city-nya kita bangun taman-taman tematik ya, dengan free access Wi-Fi di taman, di sekolah, maupun di tempat peribadatan. Untuk akses ke kota Bandung kita juga bangun flyover kerjasama dengan provinsi juga dengan pusat, dan mungkin nanti ada akses jalur kereta api cepat yang mungkin nanti akan terkoneksi dengan LRT dan segala macam ke pusat kota Bandung. Next. Untuk secara digitalnya kami memanfaatkan banyak server secara fisik di Diskominfo Kota Bandung, di Bandung Command Center. Terus juga kita kolaborasi dengan provinsi. Kita juga pakai pusat data nasional dari dengan Kominfo. Kita pakai cloud juga, pakai GCP kemarin, pakai Nutanix juga kita punya. Dan kita bentuk internal auditor team, ada ISO, ada CSIRT, dan IT Risk Management Team. Jadi kita bangun infrastruktur dan timnya. Di next. Next. Oke. Setelah infrastruktur, kita bicara human resources. Jadi secara garis besar tadi saya sudah sampaikan di awal bahwa resources yang Kota Bandung punya adalah SDM. Kita bicara SDM itu kita punya etos kerja yang namanya Bandung Juara atau Bandung Champion sebagai semangat spirit ya yang dilakukan oleh Pak Wali Kota dahulu, Pak Ridwan Kamil, untuk membangun Kota Bandung dari semangatnya para ASN-nya, para warganya, para akademisinya untuk saling bergotong royong membantu Bandung menciptakan Bandung yang lebih baik. Ada 4 poin sih untuk di human resources. Jadi Bandung sebagai kota akademik, ada 50-an lebih universitas di Kota Bandung yang siap membantu government maupun pelaku usaha. Ada sebagai city history and culture. Terus juga ada City of Design, kita registrasi di UNESCO 2015, dan culinary destination. Banyak sekali makanan-makanan kuliner khas di Kota Bandung, dan itu menjadi inovasi atau jualan pariwisatanya Kota Bandung. Next. Ya, ini contoh-contohnya ya. Untuk pendidikan ada lebih dari 50 perguruan tinggi universitas in Bandung. Di next lagi. Ini untuk UNESCO, dan kita ditetapkan jadi 5 kota kreatif se-Asia, 5 besar. Next lagi. Nah, ini contoh-contoh tempat kebudayaan ada berapa, dan restoran kita punya 1000 unit restoran. Next lagi. Taman-taman tematik kita ada 768 unit taman tematik dan 8 unit untuk pertunjukan seni. Lanjut. Nah, untuk regulasinya, we start in 2013 ya. Jadi dari 2013 kita mulai Smart City. Mungkin sampai sekarang berarti ada sekitar hampir 10 tahun ya untuk Kota Bandung. Dan kita diakselerasi oleh kementerian, itu di tahun 2017, kita bangun Perwal Master Plan selama 5 tahun ini, habis di tahun depan. Dan kita bangun juga Dewan Smart City untuk expert yang membantu kami di level-level teknis. Next. Nah, kami di e-government-nya kita bangun banyak regulasi, dari mulai ada 6 peraturan wali kota tentang satu data, tata kelola teknologi, ada arsitektur dan peta rencana dari sistem pemerintah berbasis elektronik atau e-government. Dan diturunkan melalui 7 keputusan wali kota, ada SP dari Sekda dan 5 pedoman untuk SPB. Lanjut. Nah, kami juga bangun kelembagaannya dari mulai top di top down kelembagaannya dari Dewan Smart City itu di eksternal and eselon 2 itu setingkat kepala dinas. Terus juga untuk tim pelaksana Smart City itu di eselon 3. Ada eselon 4-nya, ada tim evaluatornya, ada pedasi untuk stafnya, petugas data informasi di seluruh departemen atau perangkat daerah yang ada di Kota Bandung. Dan kami juga merangkul kelompok informasi masyarakat, forum, dan tentunya ada internship program Bandung Internasional yang banyak sekali di daftar ya dari teman-teman mahasiswa atau mahasiswi untuk magang ala-ala startup di Kota Bandung. Lanjut. Nah, ini untuk per klasternya. Jadi kami tadi membagi Smart City program ini ke dalam 6 cluster, dan untuk Smart Governance kita bangun public services, kita bangun berbagai macam pelayanan online maupun juga yang langsung tatap muka, ada yang direct langsung ke masyarakat seperti mobile mapping untuk layanan KTP atau jemput bolanya, terus juga untuk super app-nya kita juga sedang bangun juga untuk layanan-layanan terintegrasinya. Untuk birokrasi ke dalam internal government-nya kita sudah punya e-remunerasi performance ya. Jadi setiap kita melakukan kegiatan itu kita dihitung untuk dapat tunjangannya seberapa, dan kami di ASN ini dinilai 360 dari bawah sampai atasan, sehingga performa kita bisa terus ditingkatkan. Kita juga sudah melakukan e-budgeting, e-planning, dan talent pool. Untuk hasil yang didapatkan dari Smart Governance ini, kami 4 tahun berturut-turut sudah mendapatkan wajar tanpa pengecualian dari BPK, menandakan bahwa kualitas laporan keuangan kami sudah cukup bagus. Kami juga sudah mendapatkan kapasitas fiskalnya di angka 6,3 atau sangat tinggi. Kita dapat LPPD itu sangat tinggi juga, dan nilai SPBE kemarin kita coba push ke Kementerian Pan-RB itu di angka 4,2, memuaskan, walaupun mungkin untuk publishnya kita belum dapat ya, mudah-mudahan kita tidak meleset. Dan Lakip alhamdulillah kemarin kita dapat A kembali. Next, untuk smart brandingnya ini kita membangun Kota Bandung ini tidak hanya dari pariwisata, tapi juga bagaimana kemudahan easy doing bisnisnya, dan tentunya dari appearance atau wajah kotanya ya. Kita punya di tagline di tourism itu Stunning Bandung dari Kementerian Parekraf. Kami banyak sekali melakukan event-event dan juga kegiatan-kegiatan untuk pariwisata. Terus untuk easy doing bisnisnya kita bangun mall pelayanan publik dan juga online license ya, online gadget mobile application for license atau GAMPIL kita singkat, dan kita bangun business launch and investment gate. Untuk kedepannya mudah-mudahan ini semua bisa kita rangkum di Bandung Technopolis. Next. Nah, untuk smart economy-nya kita juga punya Salapak, wadah untuk para UMKM di Jalan Dago, Di sana teman-teman dari UMKM bisa daftar dan bisa menitipkan barang produk karya-karya Kota Bandung di Salapak. Terus juga untuk welfare-nya kita juga, walaupun Kota Bandung bukan kota agraris ya, tapi kita punya integrated urban farming, di mana dengan integrated urban farming ini kita menyediakan konsumsi rumahan seperti sayur-sayuran atau ternak lele dan lain sebagainya. Dan kemarin itu berhasil menjadi yang pertama di Asia Tenggara sebagai kota yang berkomitmen untuk ketahanan pangan di Milan Pact. Untuk transaksinya kita juga renovasi banyak pasar tradisional dan pembayaran cashless melalui QRIS BJB. Next. Di Smart Living ada health, ada mobility dan harmony. Untuk health-nya kita punya layanan jemput bola, yaitu dari Layat Rawat, dan 98,13% warga Kota Bandung sudah tercover asuransi BPJS atau Universal Health Coverage ya. Dan kami kemarin juga untuk mempush vaksin juga untuk COVID, udah 100% untuk vaksin 1, vaksin 2, dan vaksin 3 kita udah targetnya juga udah 100%. Kami punya layanan untuk informasi COVID di Pusikov Kota Bandung. Dan untuk mobility-nya, ini mungkin yang senang lihat TikTok atau Twitter atau Instagram, ada ATCS yang selalu mempost informasi di traffic-nya Kota Bandung. Terus ada juga bike sharing di Bose, ada Transmetro Bandung dan lain sebagainya. Next. Nah, ini society, ini di pendidikan. Kita kolaborasi dengan berbagai macam kampus untuk smart campus, dan juga nanti ada smart district ya untuk living lab. Di security-nya kita ada layanan kegawat daruratan di 112, silakan dicoba, itu free dan 24 jam. Ada juga layanan untuk memantau CCTV publik ya, silakan bisa diakses. Dan tentunya untuk pembelajaran kami juga punya banyak tempat perpustakaan, dan perpustakaan kami di Jalan Seram itu juga udah bertaraf akreditasi A dan lain sebagainya. Dilanjut. Nah, untuk environment-nya, untuk lingkungan, ini kita bangun gerakan Kang Pisman, kurangi, pisahkan, dan manfaatkan, atau reuse, redux, dan recycle. Kita juga ada magotisasi and biopori, dan kita juga lakukan penanganan banjir ya, ada 8 kolam retensi, 22 sumur resapan, 647 sumur imbunan, dan lain sebagainya. Di next. Nah, untuk achievement, ini masa jabatan Yana Mulyana, Pak Kang Yana ya, untuk Kota Bandung ada di 359 penghargaan. Dan salah satunya kemarin kita dapat Top 28 Smart Governance dari Eden Strategy Institute 2021. Terus juga ada Smart City Index ya, kita dapat yang paling tinggi, dan satu data driven dari West Java, dan media digital terbaik dari West Java. Next. Nah, kami juga melakukan riset Kota Bandung untuk collaboration ya, collaboration model between Jakarta and Bandung. Nah, ini menarik bahwa Bandung ternyata mempunyai higher engagement yang lebih tinggi dibanding dengan Jakarta. Jadi sehingga walaupun Jakarta mempublish sebagai kota kolaborasi, tapi ternyata engagement-nya lebih erat di Bandung. Kenapa? Karena mungkin di Bandung coverage areanya lebih sedikit ya, dan juga warganya lebih guyup. Jadi untuk engagement-nya ini lebih erat. Next mungkin. Nah, ini sekilas saja, ini udah tadi disampaikan top 28. Nah, ini ada kolaborasi yang kita lakukan, mungkin di play. Ini ada videonya tentang satu data. Bisa ada suaranya nggak?
Ayo kumpul. Untungnya ada pedasi yang
nggak apa-apa, delay next aja.
data ada di mana-mana, tapi pas disuruh kumpul kok susah banget. Data, ayo kumpul. Untungnya ada pedasi yang bantuin data-data ini supaya bisa kumpul di tempatnya. Selain itu, ada juga bantuan teknologi yang bisa memudahkan data-data lainnya diakses dengan efektif dan efisien. Setelah data-data terkumpul dengan rapi, kemudian mereka siap untuk diolah lebih lanjut. Data akan dibersihkan.
Itu harus
Data diubah format sesuai standar data terbuka, yang pada akhirnya data bisa digunakan untuk berbagai keperluan produk open data lainnya. Untuk bantu penelitian mahasiswa atau dosen, kalian bisa akses data di website portal data Kota Bandung, data.bandung.go.id. Untuk tahu informasi harga sembako sehari-hari, kalian bisa akses menu Kepokmas di Arimbi.
Harga kebutuhan pokok.
Lalu lintas, klik aja menu CCTV di Arimbi. Informasi stok darah, tersediaan tempat tidur rumah sakit, semua bisa diakses di Arimbi. Nggak usah khawatir kalau nggak paham caranya baca tabel data. Data-data yang ada di portal data sudah diolah dan dibuat infografisnya semenarik mungkin supaya bisa ngobrol santai sama kamu. By the way, yang banyak akses data di portal data juga anak-anak muda loh. Terhitung sejak 5 tahun terakhir, pengguna yang mengakses portal data berkisar usia 18 sampai 24 tahun.
Hai, nama saya Arin. Saya alumni dari Geoinformation Science, Wageningen University, Netherlands. Saya menggunakan banyak data dari portal data Bandung, dan hal tersebut sangat membantu saya untuk menghemat waktu pengambilan data ketika di Indonesia.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Martin, asal dari kampus Telkom University. Dengan adanya open data ini, saya merasa terbantu karena kita dapat mengakses data-data yang ada di Kota Bandung dengan bebas dengan cara tinggal membuka websitenya saja.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Siti Zahra, asal Telkom University. Saya merasa terbantu dengan open data karena data-data yang disajikan mudah diolah.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Novel Merzaidan dari kampus Telkom. Dengan ada open datanya ini saya sangat terbantu ya, karena dengan bisa mengirit bensin, waktu, dan tidak perlu kendaraan untuk mencari data-data.
Halo, nama saya Iren, asal saya dari Telkom University. Saya merasa terbantu dengan adanya open data Kota Bandung karena datanya mudah divisualisasikan.
Data-data yang sudah sesuai dengan standar data terbuka akhirnya siap untuk dibagi pakaikan. Data-data ini siap untuk berintegrasi dengan data-data atau aplikasi lain agar dapat bermanfaat lebih luas.
Data ini kami juga bikin data.
Mau dapat kesempatan untuk bisa memanfaatkan data dan berkolaborasi dengan orang-orang keren? Yuk ikutan kompetisi Dataton yang diselenggarakan setiap tahunnya. Tidak ada data yang sempurna tanpa monitoring dan evaluasi. Kelengkapan tahun data.
Oke, di next aja. Coba. Ini mungkin contoh-contoh aja. Next.
Jadi
jumlahnya ya. Jadi banyak sekali inovasi yang ada di Kota Bandung.
ya,
dari
harus dipantau.
open data untuk kolaborasi. Terus juga ada super app ya, kita juga bangun berbagai API untuk publik ya. Bagaimana smart city itu bisa dilakukan oleh semua atau smart city for all. Jadi semua masyarakat di Kota Bandung ini bisa punya layanan digitalnya melalui Bandung Sadayana atau semua digital layanan kota. Dan terakhir mungkin nanti kami juga akan cerita tentang IoT di Bandung Command Center, mungkin besok ya akan ke sana. Dan Di roadmap yang keempat itu ada Smart World Living Lab, mungkin nanti di ITB juga akan ada sharing tentang Smart World Living Lab-nya, dan terakhir kita bangun Teknopolis di KDBG. Itu saja dari saya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Atur.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you so much, Mr. Ganjar Setia. Ladies and gentlemen, we open the question and answer session. However, for our time limitations, we prioritize on-site participants since we have representatives from governments of regencies and cities along of Indonesia. Yes, ma'am, please.
Bismillah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Perkenalkan, saya Nurliza Kartika, Sekretaris Diskominfo Kota Tebing Tinggi, Sumatera Utara. Terima kasih Bapak paparannya tadi. Mempersingkat waktu, saya lanjut saja. Pertama, mohon Bapak berkenan menyampaikan kepada kami kebijakan keberlanjutan program-program kebijakan-kebijakan polisi-polisi yang Bapak sampaikan tadi, sesuai dengan judul pelatihan kita hari ini. Keberlanjutan segala macam polisi yang telah ditetapkan. Yang kedua, tadi saya tertarik Bapak juga menyampaikan ada di sana audit elektronik ya. Mungkin bisa Bapak memberi penekanan lebih besar, memberi penjelasan lebih lanjut tentang hal tersebut. Dan yang terakhir, dengan banyaknya pencapaian Kota Bandung itu, saya yakin banyak sekali daerah yang datang ke tempat Bapak untuk belajar. Nah, bagaimana Kota Bandung menanggapi itu dan kebijakan untuk berbagi dengan daerah lain? Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Langsung jawab.
Yes, please, Mr.
Terima kasih, Bu
Nurliza Kartika.
Nurliza ya, untuk pertanyaannya ada 3. Jadi untuk policy atau kebijakan sangat banyak sekali dibangun di Kota Bandung, dan itu adalah policy yang mengikat ya, mengikat untuk ASN Kota Bandung untuk bisa jadi panduan atau guidance. Jadi memang kebijakan ini bukan harga mati, karena master plan adalah dokumen hidup juga. Banyak sekali challenging yang ada di luar, apalagi kemarin pandemik ya, COVID, kita rubah semua. Jadi nggak serta-merta dengan adanya master plan itu tidak bisa dirubah, Bu. Jadi bisa kita rubah, kita bisa review, dan mungkin bisa ada regulasi ya di atasnya, seperti dari Perpres 95 untuk e-government juga kan, untuk SPBE. Itu dilakukan review untuk tiap tahunnya untuk di kebijakan. Sehingga kebijakan itu walaupun nanti siapapun wali kotanya, itu terus kita lakukan sebagai guidance kita. Jadi makin banyak, yaitu adalah guidance kita aja, Bu. Jadi kalau misalnya ada satu guidance yang menyeluruh, itu boleh. Jadi tidak ada batasan untuk berapa sih harus regulasi yang kita bangun. Nah, ini hanya lebih detail, lebih bagus. Kalau kita bangun lebih banyak, bukan berarti lebih bagus juga, tapi lebih detail mungkin lebih bagus. Itu aja sih, Bu, untuk policy ya. Nah, untuk audit, kita lakukan audit itu 2. Ada dari security dan ada dari manajemen. Untuk manajemen sendiri kita kolaborasi dengan BRIN, Bu. Jadi BRIN sendiri tahun ini, 2 tahun terakhir ini melakukan pendampingan. Jadi mereka punya satu sistem yang namanya audit tools. Itu bisa kita lakukan permohonan ke BRIN. Itu kita diberikan satu akses selama 1 bulan untuk melakukan audit tools tersebut. Dan itu di-review sama BRIN. Di sana banyak sekali assessment yang dilakukan, ada banyak sekali pertanyaan, dan ada nilai skor audit dan temuan auditnya. Kita bangun satu dokumen full untuk 1 bulan tersebut, itu dengan BRIN. Terus untuk security-nya itu juga dilakukan sama BSSN. Kita bersurat ke BSSN, mereka juga punya tools-nya. Nah, ini memang hadir karena ada Perpres kemarin ya, SPB gitu. Jadi di situ ada leveling untuk audit di manajemen ya. Ada level 2 itu sudah melakukan, level 3-nya bekerja sama dengan BRIN sama BSSN, level 4-nya nanti bekerja sama dengan eksternal. Nah, kami di security kemarin alhamdulillah dapat hibah dari Stallion Korea itu 1,8 miliar untuk pentest dan juga dapat lisensi untuk keamanan cybernya. Nah, itu juga kita lakukan kolaborasi ya, tidak hanya dengan government di internal Indonesia, tapi juga dengan luar. Terus juga untuk berbagi pakai. Nah, kebijakan berbagi pakai ini memang sudah ada aturannya Bu dari Kemendagri, dan itu bisa bekerja sama dengan bagian kerjasama melalui MOU Smart City. Itu antar kepala daerah, bisa antar wali kota dengan wali kota atau bupati dengan wali kota. Nanti tindak lanjutnya bisa melalui PKS antar Diskominfo Kota Bandung dengan Diskominfo di Kota Ibu. Sehingga nanti aplikasi yang ada di Kota Bandung bisa di-share di Kota Ibu tanpa harus melakukan resource yang banyak ya. Semua shortcut-nya kita berikan, namun memang tidak dengan infrastrukturnya Bu. Tidak dengan SDM-nya juga. Jadi hanya source code-nya saja, SDM dan infrastruktur silahkan di sana disediakan sendiri. Terus juga untuk Kota Bandungnya juga bisa melihat aplikasi atau layanan-layanan yang bagus di Kota Ibu, sehingga kita bisa juga ambil dari Kota Bandung, dan kita saling berkolaborasi untuk kemajuan Indonesia. Seperti itu Bu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ganjar. We head on to our next question. Yes, please, sir, for the question.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Saya Wira dari Diskominfo Kota Malang, ingin menanyakan apakah di Kota Bandung khususnya dalam websitenya tersedia fitur yang dapat membantu disabilitas? Karena untuk di Kota Malang sendiri sampai saat ini masih hanya fitur text to speech, di mana fitur tersebut dapat merubah teks menjadi suara yang diharapkan dapat membantu penyandang low vision. Mungkin jika di Kota Bandung terdapat inovasi fitur lain, mohon berkenan di-share. Terima kasih. Dan tips dan triks kesadaran perangkat daerah lain agar mudah diajak kerjasama untuk mewujudkan satu data. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih pertanyaannya, Mas
Wira
dari Malang ya. Ya, untuk inklusi itu kita kolaborasi juga sama salah satu startup di nasional, ada Suarais. Jadi sebetulnya kalau untuk inklusi itu nggak perlu bikin fitur, karena ternyata di web, di desktop, di mobile itu udah ada. Text to speak itu tinggal open aja di Android maupun di desktop. Jadi nggak perlu bikin fitur sebetulnya. Nah, ini kami sedang kolaborasi sama Suarais, di mana Suarais ini fokus pada inklusi digital. Kemarin mereka membantu Gojek dan Grab ya, untuk seberapa mudahkah teman-teman disabilitas itu bisa mengakses layanan digital. Dan ternyata itu tidak perlu bangun fitur. Jadi hanya mengaktifkan yang sudah standar di desktop, di Windows ataupun di Android, itu tinggal mengaktifkan saja. Mungkin nanti kita bisa share sama teman-teman Suarais ya, karena kita juga lagi di assessment. Jadi banyak sekali arsitektur pas saat bangun teknologi ini nggak standar. Nah, harusnya itu standar ya. Jadi bagaimana si web itu dari akses bisa di tab, jadi tanpa harus pakai mouse, itu harusnya bisa dilakukan gitu. Jadi kadang mungkin developer nggak melihat itu ya, jadi nggak standar si aplikasinya atau si webnya, sehingga untuk difabel itu nggak bisa akses. Sebetulnya nggak perlu bikin fitur sih, Mas. Nanti mungkin bisa sharing sama teman-teman Suarais ya, karena teman-teman Suarais yang punya materi ya tentang difabel digital. Nah, kalau untuk satu data, ini pertanyaan menarik. Jadi ada dua cara sih sebetulnya. Ada cara pemaksaan, ya, Ada cara untuk reward, ya ada sebenarnya reward and punishment aja sih. Jadi di Kota Bandung sendiri ada yang namanya instruksi khusus pimpinan IKP. Nah IKP ini kita lakukan untuk beberapa poin yang memang krusial. Seperti tadi satu data. Satu data kita punya ada 6 dashboard ya, untuk satu data. Dari mulai 32 urusan pemerintah, ada urusan tematik, ada urusan janji wali kota dan segala macam. Itu kita breakdown ke IKP, instruksi khusus pimpinan, sehingga perangkat daerah ini kalau tidak melakukan IKP, tunjangannya 25% kepotong. Lumayan. Gitu. Jadi kalau nggak di IKP kan, ya mereka nggak mau tuh ngelakuin. Gitu. Tapi kalau di IKP kan ya secara terpaksa ya. Itu satu, secara terpaksa. Tapi yang kedua ya kita juga perlu ada reward ya. Kita di tunjangan kita, memang kalau dulu sebelum pandemik, ya Bandung terkenal katanya paling besar se-Indonesia setelah DKI gitu untuk tunjangan kinerjanya. Walaupun memang after pandemi ini agak ada penyesuaian ya untuk tunjangan kinerja, dan itu adalah reward kita. Bagaimana kita bekerja, apa yang dijadikan KPI itu menghasilkan tunjangan yang kita dapatkan. Seperti itu. Jadi ada reward, ada punishment-nya. Kalau tidak melakukan ada potongan. Kalau melakukan ya ada reward, ada awarding juga, kita apresiasi ya siapa saja insan di pemerintah maupun di luar yang kolaborasi sama kami. Kemarin kita lakukan Bandung Connectivity di Trans, kita kasih penghargaan untuk teman-teman yang berinovasi, itu kita apresiasi seperti itu. Jadi poinnya sih ada 2, ada reward, ada punishment-nya aja. Mungkin itu komitmen dari pimpinannya, tinggal mengarahkan sehingga dari bawahnya ada spirit semangat untuk mau melakukan. Seperti itu Mas. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ganjar. Is there any question from the governors of the agencies or cities? Okay, it seems we have completed the question from the agencies. However, we have one question from Dr. Ari. Yes, please, Dr. Ari, for the question.
Pertanyaan saya sederhana ya Pak. Ya, I have a very simple questions ya. From your presentation, I have image that Bandung is very excellent in smart city. If I'm not citizen of Bandung, I will be very exciting. Wah, Bandung is very smart city, ya. But in other hand, because I am citizen of Bandung, daily I see the very different conditions, ya. Kemacetan di mana-mana, parking everywhere, ya. Terus traffic everywhere, ya. Pokoknya begitu banyak sesuatu yang kita lihat. The question is very simple. Kesalahannya ada di mana? Ya, jadi apa yang salah gitu? Karena sekian banyak wali kota, termasuk Pak Ridwan Kamil pun tidak bisa mengatasi itu, walaupun jauh lebih baik daripada wali kota yang lain ya. Nah ini menurut Bapak yang sudah ikut di kantornya Pemkot Bandung, ini salahnya di mana? Sehingga kami melihat, wah percuma smart city di Bandung tuh ya. Nah, kira-kira gitu, silakan.
Ya, menarik Pak. Terima kasih Pak pertanyaannya. Ini mengingatkan kami juga Pak kepada pencapaian gerakan menuju smart city, karena kami sadar sendiri bahwa di Indonesia memang belum ada yang smart, dan poinnya memang kita mempunyai semangat untuk mewujudkan smart city. Dan betul Pak, bahwa tadi disampaikan bahwa smart city buat Kota Bandung bukan tools in teknologi untuk memecahkan masalah, tapi bagaimana manage resource. Dan masalah tadi memang berawal dari kita belum bisa memanage resource kita. Banyak manusia, ada kemacetan, banyak mobil, ya, traffic segala macam, dan kita belum mampu untuk memanage. Misalnya tadi parkir, kita sediakan teknologinya, tapi orangnya enggak di smart juga gitu. Jadi balik lagi, awalnya ke kita pasang smart parking, tapi nggak pada paham. Terus juga ada tukang parkir ya, yang memang nggak dipikirkan seperti itu. Karena di Indonesia sendiri kan mungkin banyaknya human ya Pak ya. Jadi mungkin masalah problem utama adalah balik lagi ke literasinya, balik lagi ke komitmen kita, balik lagi ke self diri sendiri kita untuk melakukan yang terbaik buat Kota Bandung udah sejauh mana seperti itu. Dan itu yang memang masih proses Pak, sampai kapanpun mungkin masih proses, karena kita tahu bahwa Bandung memang kota yang sudah padat, bukan kota baru ya yang mungkin dibangun dari awal. Mungkin kayak The Nasional punya project di IKN, itu mungkin karena sudah banyak problem di Jakarta, kita bangun smart city di IKN seperti itu. Nah ini buat Bandung sendiri mungkin agak perlu waktu untuk bisa meliterasi penduduknya, bisa meliterasi semua karyawannya, ASN-nya, maupun juga teman-teman yang punya inovasi. Itu mungkin apa ya istilahnya, wah ini sampai mana nih, apakah inovasi saya bisa dilakukan atau tidak. Nah sebetulnya di Smart City itu bukan sebatas hanya sekali dua kali Pak, tapi kita juga gagal berkali-kali. Kita tahu juga inovasi kita come and go, tidak selalu sustainable, ya kami mengakui itu. Dan bagaimana kita terus berjuang untuk mewujudkan itu mungkin yang bisa saya sampaikan Pak. Karena problem ini memang problem kita bersama. Mungkin wali kota satu periode juga tidak bisa mewakili, mungkin perlu banyak waktu, dan harapannya ya siapapun nanti wali kotanya, karakter nanti ya yang akan hadir di sini, karakter suatu kota yang jadi kota kreatif, kota inovatif, itu mungkin yang akan tumbuh di Kota Bandung, sehingga siapapun wali kotanya, karakter tersebut yang akan membawa Bandung tetap menjadi menuju smart, mungkin nanti ke depan bisa smart, dan tetap menjadi yang terdepan di Indonesia. Terima kasih Pak. Teman-teman.
Thank you so much Mr. Ganjar. As an additional information, Pak Ganjar, we have request from our online participants currently. Kebetulan Pak, mereka meminta untuk contact information yang bisa dihubungi, contacted information either to Diskominfo Bandung or to the Bandung Bureau related to the Smart City. Mungkin after ini boleh diinformasikan ke committee. After this information to the committee and our committee for online participants, we will drop the contact of Bandung Diskominfo in the Zoom chat box. And also for the rest of the Regency's government in the on-site auditorium that haven't conveyed the question, belum menyampaikan pertanyaan atau mungkin masih memiliki pertanyaan, we will also share the contact information of Diskominfo Bandung. Yeah. We would like to request Pak Ganjar to remain on the stage since we have handing over sessions, souvenirs from ICESCO represented by Dr. Fuad Elaini. We'd like to invite Dr. Fuad to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ganjar Setia, Coordinator of Technology Evaluation Diskominfo Bandung. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give warm applause. The honorable ladies and gentlemen, we carry on to our third session training for today's program with topics of contribution to sustainable development goals, performance and KPIs of smart cities, delivered by Mr. Kishore Narang, technology philanthropist, design strategist and architect innovation, standardization and sustainability evangelist. Mr. Kishore Narang has joined us through the Zoom meetings. For Mr. Kishore Narang, the screen is yours.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for giving an opportunity to share my perspective with the esteemed audience of Indonesia. Can I share my screen? Yes, I can.
Yes, please, Mr.
Okay, so I hope you can see my thing. I will switch off the video to keep it simple. Okay, and okay. So I think I do not know what has been discussed before this because I could not follow your local language. But anyway, what I will be talking about is looking at the cities through the SDGs lens. Everybody today talking about climate change, sustainability, resilience, and all that. But how do we actually map our cities' different aspects to the SDGs or sustainability or circularity, resilience, whatever these aspects that we feel they are very, very important. So what I will try to do here is just run through some of these aspects, okay, in the way have been looking at these things at different SDOs. So just to also give you one more point, this work which actually I have been trying to do, now I'm leading this work, and we have a joint smart city task force between IEC, ISO, and ITU. So there we are looking at this particular topic itself, and we are coming up with a holistic, maybe there's some guidelines for all the global cities to look at it. And so this is not, you can say, my personal work for my personal this thing, which I started with it like that. But today now, maybe next few months, we will be releasing it as an official document from Joint Smart City Task Force from ISO, IEC, and ITU. Okay, so let's start with basically trying to understand a little bit about sustainability. Sustainability, as we know, is the coexistence of biosphere and human civilization. And the old definition of sustainability has been meeting needs of present without compromising needs of the future generation. And sustainability is all about three pillars: economic, environment, and social. And another way of putting these three pillars would be people, planet, and profits. And I think I'm not going to give you a tutorial on sustainability, but normally what we talk about these three pillars, but this informally referred to, there's about four aspects, which are human, social, economic, and environment. So sustainability is all about economic, social, environment, and then even governance. So ability to maintain social condition of stability, participation, and justice is also very equally important, which we at times miss out. So that's why we have highlighted it beyond the social aspects. Okay, and these are some of the principles of sustainable development. I'm not going to give you a tutorial on this thing. I'll share this slide deck with the organizers, and you can go through it at leisure. So the sustainable development is all about conservation of ecosystem, development of sustainable society, conservation of biodiversity, control of population growth, development of human resources, and promotion of public participants. And normally, we, as you saw in this previous slide, sustainability is all about these three overlapping circles of this thing. But I think things have been changing. Now we have changed the way we are looking at this thing. Instead of three overlapping circle model that is very prevalent, now we have come up with a new model of sustainability development or sustainability is about the nested dependency model, which is three concentric circles. So what it is all about, the three key difference between three nested dependency model and three overlapping circles model is that in three nested dependency model, the three sectors are codependent, while the three overlapping circle imply that economy can exist without the environment. The three nested dependencies recognize the economy is wholly owned subsidiary of the society, which in turn is a wholly owned subsidiary of the environment. They not only coexist, but they interact. The three nested dependency model reminds us that there is no planet B. Without the environment, the society and economy cannot exist. The three nested dependencies remind us that we must live within our means or face the very real threat of ecological and subsequently societal and economic collapse. In short, three nested dependency approach is ecocentric as it acknowledges the inherent value of environment and prioritizes the health of our planet over economic gains. Rather than three sectors competing with each other, as might be in the case of three overlapping circle model, three nested dependencies remind us that without clean water, fresh air, and healthy ecosystems, the society and the economy cease to function. And then I don't know why we do not talk about circular economy in context of cities. Normally, circular economy is discussed in context of the manufacturing ecosystem and all that, industries and all that. But I think circular economy is equally important in context of cities. And I think you all know about what this is all about. So it basically circular economy works by extending product lifespan through improved design and services and relocating waste from the end of supply chain to the beginning, and in effect, using resources more efficiently by using them over and over again. So these are also, I think circularity contributes about 60 to 70% to the sustainability for a city also, or for even any organization for that matter. And when we talk about ecological design, I think we need to move from these technical system design that have been the red one from there and toward crossing through the sustainable aspect, we need to go to restorative and regenerative living system designs also. Okay, and this is another way of further extrapolating that into how it works, and now mapping this into SDGs. Basically, SDGs help us from moving to designing from a degenerative culture to the regenerative culture by adopting these different SDGs as core principles for our societies and social development. So, looking at cities, what are the key features of the sustainable city? Typically, how sustainable cities are identified as: resources and services in the cities are accessible to all. Public transport is seen as a viable alternative to cars. Public transport is safe and reliable. Walking and cycling is safe. Areas of open space are safe, accessible, and enjoyable. Wherever possible, renewable sources are used instead of non-renewable resources. Waste is seen as a resource and is recycled wherever possible. New homes are energy efficient. There is access to affordable housing. Community links are strong and communities work together to deal with issues such as crime and security. Cultural and social amenities are accessible to all, and inward investment is based to the CBD, community-based development. And then some of the questions we normally ask when we talk about sustainability are any smart city. And I don't know whether you have been asking these questions, but think of your town or city that you live in or nearby and ask yourself the following question. Could it be more sustainable? Do people walk, cycle, or use public transport rather than cars? Are there enough open spaces, services, and cultural amenities for everyone? Is there enough investment in the city center? Is there a strong sense of community? Is waste recycled? Is there affordable housing for everyone? Are homes energy efficient? Do they use renewable energy? So these are the, I think, questions that are based on the previous slide that I think we need to ask, and we should continue to ask ourselves as well as our city management authorities and administration. Then different people define sustainability and smart cities in different ways. These are some of the very quick look into different perspectives. Okay, like this particular model looks at human well-being at the top and resilience, sustainability, and economy at the center of it. Then this is another way of looking at this thing, like how building, transportation, infrastructure, and information, they constitute to development of a smart, sustainable city. This is another way of looking at it, the constraints of urban systems and how do they help each other, governance, infrastructure and built environment, socio-economics and natural environment. This is another way of looking at cities, urban systems to the resource of future well-being. And so I'm just giving you, these are the different models that different stakeholders look at cities from, different lenses from which cities are looked upon today by different set of stakeholders, different ecosystem, different. This is another way of looking at it. So now why I'm showing this is that these all are fine. But beyond this, we need another way of looking at it also. Okay. And so these are some further this thing. I'll share these slides. You can go through this. But what we need to look at it is also the UN SDGs. And you'll say why UN SDGs? And there are 17 UN SDGs. And out of these 17, 11th UN SDG is dedicated to and sustainable. I'm not going to go through this whole text because you already can go through this from public domain UN websites. And these are the UN Sustainable Development Goals going further deeper. And then there are a whole lot of indicators corresponding to these goals. The question is why we need to map all the 17 SDGs to cities or smart cities. What our learning was that it has been observed that all the 17 SDGs have some interplay with different aspects of the cities. Cities are a confluence of the three core pillars of sustainability: the environment, the society, and the economy. So understanding the relationship of all the 17 SDGs individually with respective aspects of the cities shall go a long way in making our cities comprehensively smart, sustainable, resilient, safe, secure, and citizens-friendly. Hence, a structured meta-analysis is the first step towards a sustainable and resilient future for our children and future generations. But how do we map these 17 SDGs with cities' diverse aspects? So this is what the exercise which I've been doing for last some time, about 1.5 years or so. So the approach that we came up with was develop or understand the conceptual or reference model of sustainable development, develop the conceptual reference model of cities or smart cities, whatever you want to consider. Okay, explore the interplay between SDGs and different aspects of cities by looking at the cities through first the macro lens of sustainability or sustainable development model, followed by granular review of cities aspects through lenses of individual SDGs and their respective targets and indicators one by one. Based on the learning, identify and capture the relevant KPIs for the cities in context of the SDGs and the targets. This can be followed by mapping the standards developed by different SDOs, okay, to agreed KPIs. After mapping the already developed standards, we can undertake the gap analysis to identify the new standards that need to develop to ensure the future cities comprehensively embrace all the SDGs in possible manner. So whenever you talk about SDGs, everybody says, yeah, we are adopting them, we follow them, we are this thing. But unless we map them to our cities' aspects in a granular, comprehensive and structured and scientific manner, our claims may be only greenwashing. And I think greenwashing is very prevalent today, but I think people who are dedicated to transforming our urban landscapes into really sustainable and resilient cities, we need to be more honest and more structured and scientific in our approach. So this is an example of city reference model. Okay, so like we have on the top, you see city governance, city management, city operations. And then we have multiple verticals like energy, water, waste, and all these different services, utilities. And then on the left-hand side, we have all these desired characteristics, the cross-cutting characteristics like security, safety, privacy, resilience, interoperability, and all these. And the base on the foundation, you see geometric sensor. There's all the basic data that we need to build our city as a smart, sustainable. This is a top level capabilities model, but there are so many other models that we can develop. But then looking at, how do we do this? What we look at it? Methodology from Joint Smart City Task Force that we are doing is, we pick up as SDG, we look at its targets and indicators, and then look at develop some KPIs, and then map them with our city's different aspects. So then whether you want a city or smart city, and then we can even further go and map to the respective standards. So this is the typical approach that we have developed, and we are working on this further. And this is further detailing, like this is just a, you can say a snapshot from the Excel sheet metrics that we have developed. So these are the goals, different goals. This is from UN website itself. We downloaded the all this Excel sheet from there. Okay, and we have these goals and all these, and then we have the sub goals, and then we map them to different transport, economic, environment, city government, universal capabilities, and this is a particular way that we map, and then we look into different standards. But then different logical frameworks, okay, have been developed by different SDOs. Like there's some quick look at how the ISO 37106 looks at the cities. And this is what we did was we try to map the standards and standardization work in different SDOs with the SDGs, and these were some of the different approaches, okay, that have been like, you see different, in each column, you see you have some IEC, some ISO, some ITU standards, and you here, as per ISO 37106, we look at these 4 aspects, like 5 aspects: technology and infrastructure, data, integrated city-wide governance, services, customer delivery, etc. And then you have all the SDGs at the bottom, and you see that. There's another way of mapping, we're developing a logical framework with using ISO 37101 and maybe ISO IEC 30145, this thing. So there are different ways, we are trying all these and see which becomes much more structured, much more, you can say, user-friendly, understandable, and deployable. There's another way of looking at things, okay? And then there's another way of mapping all these work into the sustainable development goal, like smart governance, openness, integrated smart working. Then we are looking at economy, society and service, environment. And then we to drive all this transformation of the cities. And then these are further detailing at the matrix level. Each and every SDG is being mapped to our different standard from ISO, IEC, JTC1, and ITU. Okay. There's another way of looking at, mapping the sustainable, local government. This was a framework which was developed by ISO a long time back, and now what we are trying to do, we are trying to map the different standards and different aspects of city into these aspects also. So in this particular graphics, you see it is basically city is split into 4 different aspects: governance, environment, society, and economy. And all these different aspects of this thing and their respective standards and SDGs have been mapped to these 4 aspects of the cities. But now the question comes, why do we need, every time we hear, we talk about KPIs. The question, why do cities need KPIs? We need KPIs for efficiency in urban operation services. KPIs are the means to improve quality of life, and KPI is the way to cultivate environmental sustainability. To support the monitoring of relevant projects and initiatives, key performance indicators can be universal instrument to evaluate the progress of a smart city strategies, and KPIs in general measure the effectiveness of a project towards achievement of specific key objectives. Okay, so dimensions of KPIs for smart sustainable cities typically have been identified are like productivity, environmental sustainability, physical infrastructure, quality of life, and equity and social inclusion. And people find that ICT is at the core of enabling these KPIs, and I'll come to this later on a bit. But then this is a UN Habitat City Prosperity Index. And this again talks about the same things that we just talked about, you see, and there are different detailed definition, variables, etc., and different aspects. Then KPI principles. What are the principles of identifying and developing KPIs? KPIs need to be comprehensive. Set of indicators should cover all the aspects of smart sustainable cities. Availability. The KPI should be quantitative, and historic and current data should either be available or easy to collect. Otherwise, we will never be able to, measure any particular aspect with respect to a particular KPI. Independence. The KPIs in the same dimension should be independent or almost orthogonal. That is, overlap of the KPIs should be avoided as much as possible. Simplicity. The concept of each indicator should be simple and easy to understand for the urban stakeholders. Timeliness. This refers to the ability to produce KPIs with respect to emerging issues in smart and city sustainable construction or deployment. So, the approach, this is one of the approach that ITU has taken, that they have split this into, as you say, economy, environment, and society and culture. So these are the different, you can say, sub aspects that they think are important for economy, environment, and society. And they see that like information communication technology is a horizontal to enable all these KPIs. Then there's a further, you can splitting that into 54 core indicators, 37 advanced indicators, out of which 20 are about smart, 32 are about structural, and 39 are about sustainable. So we have identified 132 data collection points. And then further, these are the same categories that you saw in the previous slide. Okay, and so they have been further split into so many core and advanced indicators aspect. And this is the same thing that I was talking about. Now, further you go into that category: core indicators on economy, 13; core indicators on environment, 19; core indicators on society and culture, 22. And similarly, additionally, they have been split into each aspect: economy, environment, and society and culture. And KPIs total have been like 92 KPIs have been already identified by in ITU. And then additional KPIs for smart sustainable cities to assess the SDGs have been, core indicators 54, and then this categories further are 41. So total 95 more the same have been added up. So city indicator framework also has been developed, like people, planet, prosperity, governance, and propagation. This is another aspect added in this: scalability and replicability, etc., to look at the city indicator framework. Then city livability index. Well, this is a typical percentage given, but cities can add some more dimensions and choose their own percentage weightage of each and every aspect, whether it is quality of life, economic ability, sustainability, citizen perception survey, or you can add some few more aspects also. Each city develops its own. So actually, we should never follow a straight simple model like a replicator of these things. We should always extrapolate these indexes and these metrics with our own ground realities of respective cities. Without that, it doesn't really remain something. And then one thing is very important. When we talk about KPIs, data is very, very important, whichever kind of data, and I think it has been talked in the previous presentation also. But then how the KPI is generated. Okay, so these are the few steps how you generate the KPIs. Data collection: select suitable data sources and data collection for each indicator. Data normalization: transform all the raw data into a normalized value for each indicator. Data aggregation: aggregate the normalized value of each indicator for each dimension. Data assessment: assess the result of all the dimensions for the final index. And smart city evaluation: draw the conclusion from the final index that comes out of these exercise. Okay, so a city can be looked at a system of systems. There are different ways you can look at cities, but what do we do? Now, if you want to look at these aspects, we need to, rethink our cities and prioritize the infrastructure. The premise of Smart City has evolved from a technology-centric project to one that leverages technology to create sustainable and citizen-centric environment. It is no longer enough simply to deploy sensors. Companies and governments need to demonstrate a meaningful impact on the population. Keeping pace with the challenges presented by COVID-19, escalating sustainability commitments, and ongoing population growth will require unprecedented urban investment and innovation. We see smart infrastructure as pivotal to smart city evolution. Then the smart city KPI landscape: multiple SDOs and multiple organizations have developed so many smart city KPIs. What my suggestion would be: look at all of them and then create a matrix of your own, based on your own priorities, your own governance, your own, you can say philosophy, thought process, aspirations, concerns, and develop your own set of city KPIs, and then try to map them with the different aspects of city and create a framework for measuring them on a periodical basis, and come up with a transparent maturity model for your city and your community and all that. So a comprehensive approach for working on this KPIs would be: need to review all the KPI frameworks, develop a comprehensive understanding, and develop an overarching superset KPI framework based on the goals and objectives for the smart city that we envision. Enumerate the insights that need to be extracted to evaluate city performance against each KPI. Develop the architecture of the unified dashboard to capture and represent all the agreed KPIs. And then develop specifications of each module representing all the KPIs and respective insights needed as the outcome. Enumerate the data or data sets needed for each module. Now map the data set required with a unified database of your integrated command control center. And this way you will also be able to understand if you are collecting all the required data, you are deploying a lot of sensors, a lot of IoT devices, a lot of infrastructures, and collecting a lot of data. But the data that you are collecting, is it good enough, or you need to add a few more aspects to meet all your KPIs? The data that you're collecting should not be collected for sake of data collection, but should be able to be useful to measure your KPIs. And so what do we need? A comprehensive approach. So to summarize, undertake gap analysis, identify, capture, and document the missing data sets and context information to develop comprehensive insights to meet respective KPIs, identify and document the constraints of the city under evaluation, and develop the strategy to fill the gap or augment the infrastructure to meet all the KPIs. So I think this was basically about how do we talk about SDGs, how do we map SDGs, and how do we do the KPIs, this thing. And one thing that we have been recently that we have been feeling, maybe we need one more SDG, 18th SDG, because of a meaningful, safe digital life. When we are talking about the more than 4.5 billion people using the internet, and over 3.8 billion people are active on social media, data shows that average internet user now spends 6 hours and 42 minutes online each day, which equates to more than 100 days of connected time per internet user per year, or roughly 40% of our waking life. It becomes clear to me that we live in the digital first work from home world, yet not one of the 17 sustainable goals address a fair, more livable digital future for our fast evolving technology driven world. What if we could significantly enhance our quality of life with an additional UN sustainable goal that encourages companies to use data for mutual benefit rather than for unwelcome intrusion or manipulation? Anyway, with that, human need to radically change our relationship, not just with the planet, but with the objects with which we fill our lives. We need to change how we think. Technological advancement to steer our narratives, innovation and technology should help us build bridges between the worlds we inhabit now and the ones we imagine for tomorrow. Technology is an enabler. It's not the means. It's not the goal. It's just a means. Okay. And one last word. We all know we are looking at, I think, with the digital transformation, everything, we are creating a whole lot of digital waste. We need to optimize that. Okay. And that itself would be one major, you can say, step towards making our planet more sustainable and all that. Because just to give an example, each email that you save on your desktop or server somewhere, Gmail or whatever, it has a carbon footprint of 4 grams. Okay, imagine if everyone deletes 10 emails today, the kind of carbon footprint, the energy that you'll save, the GHG emission you'll save is not funny. So I think we need to be more conscious when we are adopting our disruptive technologies today. We need them, but we need to use them in a most appropriate and most optimized manner to stay sustainable. Okay, with that, I will stop and say thank you for sustainable and resilient future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Kishore Narang. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to question and answer session related to the materials. First of all, we provide the first term of question to the on-site participants. Would like any on-site participants to convey the question? Okay, it seems we haven't got the question from the on-site professor. However, we have question from online participant. Yes. It's coming from Mr. Yazid from Universitas Gajah Mada University, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Mm-hmm. Good morning from Indonesia, Professor. We do know that modern organization model offers OKR, or objective key results parametric solutions that we can improve related to the dynamic problems we face. Compared to that, how the KPI we learned today would still be reliable for smart city, which is dynamically growing? Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, so I think KPIs are not static any time. KPIs we only define based on our understanding of our cities and changing priorities. As I mentioned, so the KPIs which I showed were developed by this ITU, ISO, IC, etc. over a period of time. But now that things are changing, so we need to envision the kind of cities that for the future we want for ourselves and our future generation. And based on that, we keep on updating, optimizing, and selecting our KPIs. So KPI also are dynamic; they are not static. And based on changing requirements, changing priorities, changing geopolitical, socio-economic, technological changes in our society, we need to keep them dynamic and alive. And they are a moving scale. It's a moving target always. It's not a static thing. And everybody says that smart is not the ultimate goal. Smart is a journey. However smart you are today, tomorrow you can be much smarter. So KPIs also will keep on evolving based on our changing priorities. Does that answer the question?
Yes, it is, Professor.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Professor. The previous question was our end for the question and answer session. The material was really remarkable.
I think I see a hand raised. I see a hand raised from Jeffrey.
Okay, sorry, Professor. Please, Mr. Jeffrey from the online participants, would you please open the microphone or drop your question through the chat box maybe?
I think mics are not enabled. So you'll have to put it in the chat.
Is there any issue we could help, Mr. Jeffrey?
You have to enable his mic. His mic is disabled.
Okay, our team has contacted Mr. Jeffrey. Seems we need a moment for the issues. We have asked Mr. Jeffrey to open the microphone and also the camera, but no response from the Mr. Jeffrey. So it seems that our previous question was an end of the Q&A session. Would it be okay, Professor?
I'm okay.
Okay. Sure thing. Lovely, sure thing.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Professor. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Professor Kishore Nalang.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, and good morning from Indonesia.
Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have break and lunch session after this. For the on-site participants, you may enjoy your lunch at the backside of this auditorium. For the online participants, we will continue our event. We still have training session after the break and lunch session. We continue the program at 1:30 Western Indonesia local time. I repeat, we continue our program at 1:30 p.m. Western Indonesia local time. Thank you and see you after the break.
Nanti juga langsung tahu.
Tulisan udah ada belum? Tulisan film. Masuk. Ada sih. Ini dia.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
We carry on to our next training session with topics of smart cities funding, private-public partnership for smart city development, delivered by Mr. Luis Castella, smart cities planning expert, and also past director smart cities research and development in Argentina government. Mr. Luis Castella has joined us online. For Mr. Luis Castella, the screen and time is yours.
Well, thank you. Good morning. Here in Argentina is very early in the morning. Actually, it's night all now. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. So, well, thank you for this invitation. I am very glad to be here sharing with you my knowledge and my thoughts about smart cities, making smart cities here in Latin America. Well, this presentation or this conference is related with PPP or public-private partnerships. I will speak a little about the situation of smart cities here in Argentina. Can you hear me now? It's okay?
Yes, it is audible, sir.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Well, I will make a little speech, then if you want, you can make some questions. You know, Latin America has a very complex situation in their cities. We are one of the most urbanized regions in the world. Actually, 75% of population live in cities. We have a very fast process of urbanization in the last 40, 30, and 20 years. Actually, we are now living that process. And it was not a planned process. It was a very disorganized one. So our cities lack a lot of things. No, planning is the most important, but many other things like institutions, governance, infrastructure, well, many other things. The most important problems we are suffering here are related with insecurity, housing, environmental problems, infrastructure, but also we have governance issues, very important, related with how we can develop our cities. For us in the region, smart cities is not just a trend or a fashion, it's really a need. We need smart cities, no? With this concept that smart cities can transform reality and problems into solutions. No, that's the very important thing. And it's a little more than technology. It's also related with, well, intelligence intelligence as a process of improving the quality of life, no? Where technology is just one component, but we have many other components important, no? Capabilities, for example. Well, so that's the problem. That's what we are living in the region, and the needs and the situation here. I have developed a framework. I work with cities here. I advise. I worked many years ago in the government. I developed a program for the federal government, a program related with the development of smart cities. I make many diagnoses and many strategic plans for cities from the government. Now I work as independent in the private sector, collaborating with cities and also with companies trying to develop in this industry of the smart cities. I developed a framework, I told you. That framework has 3 layers. No, we have the first layer, or the basic layer, is related with the physical aspects of the city, or the tangible aspects of the city. No, the infrastructure, government, but also society aspects. No, those elements that make the city, the existence of the city. Those are the traditional aspects, and here we have the most traditional projects also, or initiatives, no? For example, the streets, the water facilities, housing, also security. Those kind of projects are very are the traditional projects, or the traditional activities we learn and we know and we have in cities. We have another layer. I name it the intelligent layer, that it's more related with the technologies and in 2 ways, no? Infrastructure and information. When you speak about how to make projects, and when we refer to these PPP kind of projects, I think it's more common to refer to these kind of layers, no? The basic layer, the infrastructure layer, and the technological layer. We have technological companies that are very familiar making projects, selling or their products, like with a catalog, no, maybe, or with traditional business models. For example, the pay-per-use business model. I have a product, you need it, well, I sell it, you pay it. Those are traditional ways of making business with cities. But we have a third layer. I name it the smart layer. No, that layer is related not so much but with physical aspects or infrastructure, but it's more related with capabilities, soft capabilities, no, management, innovation, where talent is the most important element. So why I am telling you this? Because this kind of making projects like the PPP or other kind of forms or organizing projects are related with these more traditional aspects of making projects, and not so much related with this new way of seeing cities, these soft capabilities. I name it the smart layer, where you need time and you need not intuitive measures to develop, or capabilities to develop, and they are related with time and with management. No, so because why I am telling you this, because for example, in the region we have different kinds of making this relationship between the private sector and the public sector. PPPs is a very new way of making these arrangements between the private sector and the public sector. I think we have an important future. We have important opportunities to develop and to explode in this way. But here, we have another kind of organization of the projects. We have here, for example, the agencies, no, development agencies. We have different kind of agencies, for example, for innovation or knowledge economy, or for example, for developing many environment-related projects. It's a different kind of organization of these activities, but here is the most common way of making projects linking these private and public sectors. I think it's very interesting. I have seen many interesting experiences here, because here, when you have this kind of organization like the agencies, you combine different capabilities. For example, the private management activities and the public role of making or focusing in some projects or some activities. Maybe they are not profitable. So I think this is a very interesting way of making projects in this region, for example, maybe an example for other regions, because we combine these two elements when you didn't develop yet many capabilities, and the public sector has an important role leading the process of developing the smart cities. So this figure of the agency, I think, is very important. Maybe is the first step to trying to develop or to explore or to expand this notion of making projects like the PPPs. PPPs are not very common here in the region, but I think we have an important future, and we have an important road to do here, trying to developing. I think this, I think an important element also to take into account is the notion of business models. Because when you analyze the business models, traditional business model, for example, as I mentioned, when you try to make a traditional projects or this in this physical layer, are, as I told you, the pay-per-use, for example, the most extended way of making projects or modelizing businesses. But when you need to develop capabilities like the smart cities requires, you need different business models. So, for example, where business models where the revenue are not the most important element in the short range. For example, you need to develop capabilities, and this requires very hard work in the short and in the middle range to obtain revenues or results in the long range. So when you have not compatible business models between the public and the private sector, it's very difficult to try to develop PPPs. So I think business models is one important thing, notion we have to develop or we have to analyze to try to develop the PPPs. Companies, technological companies also, they move principally taking these traditional business models in her hand. And to develop smart cities, we need different kind of thinking and business models, totally disruptive, to try to develop those capabilities I am telling to you. So this is what I want to tell you. These are our experiences here in the region. Maybe you have some questions or you are interested in asking me many different aspects related with these things I am telling to you. I'm listening if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Luis Castella, for the remarkable material.
Thank you.
We move on to our question and answer session, sir. We open the opportunity for on-site participants. For participants on-site like to convey the question, please raise your hand. Okay, it seems that we haven't got questions, sir, from the online, from the on-site participants. Then we have one question, sir, from the online participants. Good afternoon, Mr. Luis Castella from Indonesia. I'm Marco, Informatics Engineering Institute Teknologi Bandung, Bandung Institute of Technology, Indonesia. I like to ask, sir, regarding to the PPP, public-private partnership. We do know that Indonesia has started this partnership recently, especially in big cities, Jakarta, Bandung, Surabaya, and so on. However, the monetizing or the circulatory economics for some projects seems stopped because from the programs, the economics inbound for the government or for the private sector, they didn't see its benefit for the projects ahead, since whenever they deploy the projects, the circulatory economics didn't run well. From your experience and projects, especially seeing Indonesia as developing countries, what you suggest to our problems? Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you for the question. Well, I think it's interesting. The issue you mentioned is related with that aspect. I want to remark. No, I think in developing countries, I think PPPs are also a trend or a fashion. Maybe because I have the experience here in our country. We develop this kind of making projects, the PPP, and we have no results because maybe people and institutions are not yet prepared to this kind of projects. So that's the reason I suggest agencies, development agencies, as a better way, and a better way also to try to change the culture. And to, for example, you mentioned that big cities in Indonesia were using this possibility. I think it's very important to define which kind of city are we working with. One thing is work with big cities with big budgets, with other kind of capabilities and possibilities, because PPPs require a certain kind of knowledge and they are complex. They need complex tasks to be developed. They need soft capabilities. It may be difficult, and maybe we have to consider before other kind of making projects or organizing these projects, focusing first of all in trying to develop those capabilities. Maybe in a second step, PPPs may be a better possibility. But in the first step, maybe this kind of focusing or making the projects like the agencies may be the better choice, I think.
Thank you so much, sir. We are currently seeking for the questions. Okay, we have one question left, Mr. Luis Castella. It's coming from Miss Nana, University of Indonesia. Good afternoon, Mr. Luis Castella. I'd like to ask, we do know that Indonesia is currently facing rapid population growth, that we also know whenever we develop the system, we have to develop the people themselves. Looking at PPP collaboration and opportunity ahead, what PPP could give solution for the smart system or public growth in terms of development, knowledgeable development in Indonesia, or maybe recent experience from your projects? Thank you, Mr. Luis Castella.
Well, thank you for the question. I think PPPs are very useful in the first layer of developing smart cities, the physical layer, as I told you, the basic layer. No, as I told in the beginning of the speech, we have three layers. No, the basic aspects of the city, government, society, the habitat. No, The second layer is technologies, no, and the third layer is the smart layer, most related with innovation. I think PPPs are very useful in this first layer with the traditional projects. In this, or maybe in the situation you tell me about Indonesia, no, in the first steps of developing smart cities, when you have to work hard developing the infrastructure or the elements that compose the city. The second layer, technologies, are also a very useful field for PPPs. Technologies, infrastructure. I think technological companies around the world may be interested in that kind of projects. The problem is in the third layer. But if you don't develop capabilities, you can access the third layer, the smart layer. So you have to develop another different kind of projects there, or maybe different kind of complexity of PPPs there. So, like for a country like Indonesia and also Latin America, this first layer, developing the basic infrastructures, is the best field, I think, for PPPs. The other layers, you have to study very well these things I was telling, no, about the capabilities and the complexity you need, or the city may have or not, or need to develop to become or to get inside that field of PPPs.
Okay, thank you, sir. Wonderful. That was the end for our question and answer session. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give warm applause to Mr. Luis Castella. Thank you so much, Mr. Luis Castella, and good afternoon from Indonesia.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Thank you for the invitation. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we carry on to our next agenda, which is closing session. Unfortunately, for the last training session delivered by Dr. Fadil Hidayat with topics of smart city solutions for safety and security could not be given today. However, the materials will be sent to your email, especially participants' email or representative emails from the institutions from our committee. Ladies and gentlemen, we also would like to remind that we still have our final program, which is tomorrow's program, the visit to Bandung Command Center and SCCIC ITB Living Lab. So for those of the representatives, you may list your representative for today's program. Untuk Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, boleh setelah acara memberikan nama yang akan mewakili mengikuti acara kunjungan ke Bandung Command Center serta Living Lab ITB PIKKC. The honorable ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the final part of our program. We do hope all training today will guide us in innovating solutions for smart cities challenges ahead. We kindly remind you that tomorrow we still have our final program. The final program conducted tomorrow is the visit to Bandung Command Center and SCCIC ITB Living Lab. Selected participants are welcome to be involved in the program. We also remind all participants to fill the attendance form. The attendance form is dropped at Zoom chat for online participants and through group chat for on-site participants. On behalf of the committee, thank you for your great enthusiasm and participation of today's program. Lastly, good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Recording stopped.
you.